Here we go. Finally going to continue Spirit of Justice. To face our greatest adversary. Ourselves. Oh. Peak Phoenix Wright. But I mean, I was thinking like, all he has to do is not believe in his client. And a lot of the time they have the whole thing about truth coming out. And so, if it's not true, he's gonna have a bit of trouble. So let's delve into it and see after, God, it's gotta be a couple of weeks at least, or 3. Because he had a break from it, and then I had something on a Saturday night when I normally do this. So, let's go. Oh yes, I was in the bottom right. Of course I was. Spirit of Justice, a surprising reunion. I haven't put my headphones on for long since I got my hair cut. There we go. He just revealed that he was on retainer by Paul Attition. Thank you, poster, for reminding me of his name. So let's do this. Now let's take another look around. Yeah, I've probably already looked around, but I'm gonna double check. This music's pretty hype. Ah, see, I missed something. You can see Mount Mitama from here. We're lucky we found the Founder's Orb, and we're even lucky we got out of there alive. I hope I never have to go through anything like that again. Right. I have to kind of remember what's been happening after a while. Where we're at, so we had him in here. Dirk was here. Right, this is the Apollo law dump thing, suddenly. Legal advisor. Mr. Wright, why are you serving as Mr. Attition's lawyer? Because he hired me. Needed my help getting a family heirloom back from Dr. Buff. See, isn't he the defense attorney? Rather than being a woman heirloom retrieval guy? And it seems he correctly foresaw that something like this might happen. Oh, I forget what voice I had for him. It's all snooty anyway. It's because those shifty insurgents were harassing poor Dr. Buff. So I knew I might need a lawyer if things went south. I figured with a celebrated lawyer like Phoenix Wright, I couldn't go wrong. Is this what you came back from Korean for, Mr. Wright? It was just good timing. My work over there just happened to wrap up, so here I am. Plus, Mr. Attition is a very important client. They know each other, but I've never heard Mr. Wright mention his name before. Nor have I ever seen him in the previous games. Come on, Phoenix. Ah, blood, my nose is gonna go because I started streaming, isn't it? Alright. Crystal of Army Fae. Mr. Wright, are you sure this is Mr. Attition's family heirloom? That's my client's assertion. He says it's the crystal of Army Fae. Apparently, it's the crystal she once used when channeling spirits. Who's Army Fae? Oh, Apollo. I guess I have to do this if you haven't played the first trilogy of games. She brought Kuroni's channeling to Japan, and her descendants brought it here. Okay. However, the localization works for it. Her true origins are still rather murky. But what's clear is she is the founder of the Kurain channeling technique. The Kurain would be more of the, yeah, Kurainese. So Kurain channeling technique? I don't know, it'd be pronounced the same, I would imagine, but we'll see. Oh, so she's like the one they call the founder in Kurain, the Holy Mother. Apollo, I don't plan to betray my client's confidence. I may not know all the facts yet, but I do know we won't be handing the crystal over to you. Come on, Phoenix. What are you saying? I'm really sorry it's come to this, but... Mr. Wright, I don't understand. Let me spell it out then. If you continue to claim that the crystal belongs to your client, then I will be seeing you in court. And that's what we're here for. They're gonna have to nerf Phoenix way too much so to have this believable, aren't they? What? What? What's gotten into you, Daddy? Nothing. This is strictly business. Two lawyers from the same firm facing off? What are the odds? But they can't. They're literally both defense attorneys. They can't just suddenly be a prosecutor that we know of. Lucky for me, I believe I have the right man for the job. Whatever are you going to do? Remember, he is your boss. How did it come to this? But Mr. Wright, please, don't do this. Apollo, there's no point in arguing about it here, when it's now clear we're headed to court. That's where we'll find out who the crystal really belongs to. I don't believe it. Am I really going to face Mr. Wright in court? Daddy! Apollo! No! We can't have our agencies' talent competing against each other. It's too late, Trucy. The die has been cast. We'll never defeat Phoenix if he is serious. Like, come on. We each have to fight for our client's best interest. But... So, what's it going to be, Apollo? Are we going to have to take this to trial? I have to battle Mr. Wright in court? The legendary Phoenix Wright? No matter how many trials of his I've watched, no matter how dire the situation, he's always pulled out a win in the end. Yep, that's his superpower. Can I do it? Can I really take on the man whose footsteps I've been following in? I owe it to Dirk to at least try. What should I do? Oh, we gotta do a separate save for this. Throw in the towel. I want to see what this is. I mean, obviously I saved it there. I can't do this. I mean, how can I go up against a man like him? I couldn't possibly win. But do I really want to give up without a fight? If I do, I'll be forever walking in his shadow. Plus, I'd be letting Dirk down. I can't let that happen. Oh, come on, give me the choice for the bad ending. There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. Come on, okay. I want to see what the dialogue difference is if we do pick to just fight him. I don't like this circular thing where it's the illusion of choice. Bet on Mr. Wright. Okay, cut straight to this. There's no turning back now. If it's a trial you want, Mr. Wright, I'm more than happy to oblige. Yeah, okay. So you're really just picking how confident Apollo sounds in his own head. That's a bit annoying, but okay. I'm ready to fight for my client. Even if it means facing off against you. Besides, he's no prosecutor. Alright, alright. I won't be pulling any punches either, Apollo. The kid gloves are officially off. May the best attorney win. You got it! Whoa, whoa, whoa! First Daddy, now you? Polly, you're not seriously... Sorry, Trucy, but I have to do this. Apollo. Alright then. I better go prepare for tomorrow. See you in court. Daddy, no, wait! A fine mess I've gotten you into, son. I mean, of all the lawyers we could have faced, it had to be him. He's practically a celebrity in Kurain now. They're calling him the Fighting Phoenix. I'll be fine. After all, I've come a long way too. Who knows, I could even end up winning. There's always a chance. Right? You know, this may be a blessing in disguise. If the trial proves what we found is indeed the Founder's Orb, then whoever asked Dr. Buff to study it may be revealed too. This is our chance to finally pull them out of the shadows. The first step of your revolution, huh? Yes, the revolution to restore Kurain to his former glory and save Nayuta's soul. Dirk, I swear to fight as hard as I can in court to make that a reality. We're going to win this one, you'll see. I know you can do it, son. It doesn't matter that I'll be going up against Mr. Wright. I have to win this for Dirk. And for Nayuta, whose salvation along with all of Kurain depends on it. Oh, it was to be continued right here, but that's alright. I didn't realise it was so close to that when I left it before. Yep. First save slot. The 17th of May, 8 past 10 in the morning. Lobby number 3 once again. I'm curious how this is going to play out because theoretically Phoenix can't act like a prosecutor in his official capacity. Just so you know, the president hasn't been set in this world yet. I'm not going to take sides. Message received, loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, Tracy. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, lady. This is all my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. Work's work. If anything, this will give them greater respect for each other. If Apollo wins, and the truth's revealed sort of thing, that means that Phoenix sees his growth rather than just tells him on the phone that you're ready for a solo trial to give him a confidence boost. Kind of really cool character moment, even though the kind of legality of Phoenix being a prosecutor is kind of weird. If they go through with this. Is that all? Well, I wouldn't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. I mean, not everyone's like that. Really? Sure, 1 minute we're trading blows, and the next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. Ha 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 ha. I changed the laugh, didn't I? I don't remember what I did last... Well, it'll be last month now, damn. I sure hope you're right. Sorry I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? Oh, about that. I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there thinking his flight was really late, and before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. Oh, come on, Athena. Get good. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and dozing off are two things you do best. The two things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then, I take it you have no idea what today's case is about? Not a clue, sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Another locked room mystery? A suspect with a flimsy alibi? Ooh, or a dying message? Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? Yeah, this is a first as well. Obviously it's connected to Dr. Buff's murder. But then this is actually a civil case about the ownership and identifying the orb. And it's not trying to find the culprit to the murder directly, as in this is a murder case at the moment. Like I'm speaking Swahili here. It's just the Right Anything Agency specialises in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Oh, okay. That's how they're doing it. Interesting. I bet that's kind of... I don't know how true that is to real life. J-Land isn't here. I haven't been involved in court stuff in Australia here. But obviously this isn't based on Australian law, so not sure how that goes. Right, and the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait! Who's the other attorney? And where is Mr. Wright? Well, no time to explain. Let's go. Oh, okay. Right behind you. Man, Phoenix is gonna wreck us. There's no... Like, the only way we defeat Phoenix legitimately is because he's trying to find the truth rather than presenting the case to the court as he would be representing his client properly. 10:30. Here we go. Court is now in session. Oh, Is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two have had a falling out? I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know. It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly. It just so happens that we have different clients in this case. It feels so weird to see him looking to the left. I see. Well, here's hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You can say that again? I had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? No, not at all. What? Do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Well, at least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. It's the proteges versus the master. That's pretty cool. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. That music's pretty epic for this. Okay. I'm gonna check this. Yeah, okay. So in the real world, civil court cases don't have a prosecutor. Instead, they have a plaintiff who files a lawsuit against a defendant to resolve the disputes. So it's a plaintiff versus a defendant versus a defense attorney against a defense attorney. Good to know this is something a bit more made up for Ace Attorney to make this work. Yeesh, you guys are really jumping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now then, if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. So we do have the plaintiff here. Right, left, hut. Of course it's him. Noble judge, members of the gallery, a good day to you. I am politician. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you'll have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder. So to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me. But Mr. Attition, what is that crazy contraption you're riding in? It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? You're a witness stand, not a campaign podium, so come out of there this instant. Fair. Okay, good. He still has to have his name there. Alright, now with the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant. I guess this kind of makes sense. He hires a lawyer to present his case, his complaint. And it's still a bit of a stretch to make this work, I feel like. No, because he's a defense attorney and he doesn't deal in civil court cases, apart from like, this one time. Mr. Attition's complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Sudmuddy, stole my client's family heirloom, the Crystal of Army Fae. Mr. Attition merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. I'm thinking, what did we have again? Sarge's drone? That'll be useful. That would have recorded evidence in the camera and microphone. Alright, I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement, if you would. The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kurain. Go on. It seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kurainese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from a treasure room in Kurain several weeks ago. Well, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kurainese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that it was not, in fact, a theft in the traditional sense. But rather, that it was spirited out of Kurain by someone for Dr. Buff to study. You don't say. And around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff. He made contact with the doctor, who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he'd learned it had been stolen. It seems you even have a transfer agreement between both parties. Okay. The judge is more capable right now than sometimes. Mr. Submuddy also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kurain once the doctor verified it was the real thing. I see. So this dispute centers on whether the item in question is a Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Army Fae. Which, to be fair, they could be one and the same thing. And the Founder's Orb was never inside the box. Because how do we know that it was inside the box? We haven't seen it ourselves. That, in turn, will determine the object's rightful owner. I better bring my A game. Going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Sudmuddy sounds awfully familiar. Yes, make sure my phone's on Do Not Disturb. But I can't recall where I've heard it. Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all. And the judge should remember the last name Sudmuddy after the very famous prosecutor Nayuta Sudmuddy. My imagination, you say. Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kurain, isn't he? In Kurain, yes. Here he's just a tourist. Very well. Let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Here we go. It's Emma. Hey, yep, you're going to present case information. Emma? Show some manners. We're in court. I know, it's just, this is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had to do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective, I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe Mr. Wright an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry, and second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been there. Why do I feel like I'm on trial here? Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please. Okay. Doctor's dark secret. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. And just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. I did wonder how they got there. We know that the statue was in a museum. The urn was in the village. And I thought Pearly would be keeping it at the residence, or whatever they call that. It seems the Doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the centre of this dispute, he likely stole it from the Adversary residence. Man, you're just not leaving room for doubt. The Doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Let me see. From Doc_Buff, I forgot that. Okay. Well, cat burglar isn't something to put on his resume. He was more careful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking life and limb for glory? I doubt Dr. Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the Doctor's child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honouring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. But whatever lofty ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, it's only something different from a regular thief to me. So let's say for a moment that the Doctor really did moonlight in stealing artifacts. Might he not have stolen the Founder's Orb in Kurain and brought it back here himself? Nope, there's no record of him travelling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well leave his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the Crystal of Army Fae. Yes, he stole it from the Adversary residence, probably so he could study it. This is the left hook I did not need. Hey, he's starting off strong. Phoenix is coming over as actually prepared and confident now. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were off, he wasn't kidding. Nah, wasn't kidding. There we go. Oh, hey! A J-Land appeared to ban the bot before I could press the buttons. Hello. Oh, I was ready to do that. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. So, for reference, Jayland, if you missed the start of this, they've said that this is a civil case, which in the Ace Attorney world means that they can have a defense attorney versus a defense attorney. Even though they don't practice civil law, they practice criminal law. However that works. It's a bit of a stretch. Anyway. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Look, Phoenix is there. The Doctor's dark secret. Here we go.
Hold it!
How exactly did Dr. Buff arouse suspicion of the police anyway? Chalk it up to good old-fashioned sleuthing. After investigating countless artifact thefts over the past few years, the police finally zeroed in on him, and the Doctor became the prime suspect. I did. Hello. A number of these artifact thefts occurred in Korean Village too, if I might add. And they started right around the time the Doctor moved there. But he was never arrested. I take it there was nothing concrete linking him to a crime. No, which is why we were never able to get a search warrant in the first place. It's hard to arrest artifact thieves unless you catch them red-handed. Still, the police had him under constant surveillance. Look, you literally... Oh, although I don't have a picture to show in the court record. They literally had the urn of Army Faye, or Mia Faye, or her... Yeah, it was Army Faye on the urn that Pearly broke and reconstructed, and apparently happens every generation. They could ask Pearly if she was like, oh yeah, I lent that to him. I let him study it. Or someone else in the village. No one asked. There's no way we should win against Phoenix. He's getting wrecked. So under constant surveillance. Okay. Pell is a menace. Yeah, true. But there's other people in the Korean village, surely. Are you sure these allegedly stolen artifacts are the real deal? They're not fakes, that's for sure. Take the urn, for example. Apparently, it's an extremely intricate work of art. It's been broken and stuck together so many times. Its design, cracks, and other features will be impossible to replicate perfectly. Yeah. Actually, I've had a few run-ins with that urn myself. So I was shocked to see it there in the Doctor's study. Yeah, Phoenix, surely you asked Pearly or Maya if she's back. Since she came back after meeting with Maya and intention was you're gonna go back together. It would probably be Pearly, because that's all we know. That's actually still in the Blum village. For sure. I can say without a doubt that that urn was stolen from the Fae clan. Who do we have in here? Yeah, Pearly's here. I see. Detective Sky, please continue with your testimony if you would. I'm going to process Hold
it!
Were any other stolen artifacts found beside those belonging to the Faes? Oh yeah, that's right, the Fae clan lent the statue to the museum for the exhibit, and then it would have gone back to them. Yeah, because it was in the last part of the trilogy that was part of the case, how that had blood on it. I mean, if she gets possessed by a spirit, she could easily be the final boss, regardless of what she's done beforehand. She's being possessed at night by the evil spirit that's the final boss. Were any other stolen artifacts found besides those belonging to the Fays? Yes, for instance... Remember the large relief on the wall? It was chiseled out of some ancient ruins in the kingdom of Kurain several years ago. Huh. Chiseled out? And no one noticed? Didn't that damage it? Well, it did restore the parts that were so faded you could barely see them anymore. It seems he intended to return it someday, so one could say his intentions were good. How have you not verified that they weren't just legally given to him to restore? A good intentions and a get out of jail free card. That's a fact. You're just assuming he stole it. If I might add, with respect for the deceased, the quality of the restoration was apparently exceptional. It seems the doctor invested a lot of money in hiring an extremely talented specialist. He sounds like a good man. He took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm smelling smoke. I better shut my door for a sec. I was having some fresh air come in, but someone, I noticed that the last couple of nights, someone must be having like a backyard fire or something. It smells like not great. Alright, took a wrong turn somewhere. I guess Sarge takes after him in that way. Any further questions? If not, it seems you're just assuming. Had these alleged thefts been going on for some time? At least 5 years as far as we can tell. All the recent thefts have been local. But before moving to Kurain village, he had been stealing from ruins around the world. Dr. Buff was an international criminal. This data lends itself to but one conclusion. Dr. Buff was a thief. He's an archaeologist. It belongs in a museum. Oh, is this really going to be about the British taking artifacts and putting them in museums? Hold it! You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Addersham residence. Yes, so we should have a photo of it at the Addersham residence, right? To verify it was at the Addersham residence. But claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago, in fact. What? A whole year ago? 25th of August last year, to be exact. The report states, and I quote, "The Crystal Army Fae was discovered to be missing from Addersham storehouse at 10 AM. The storehouse lock had been picked." Signed, Politician Wimperson. Wimperson? Oh, he's gonna be whimpering, son. Well, your reports only lends to the plaintiff's claim credence. The doctor really could have stolen the Crystal of Army Fae. Not only that, Your Honor, but the Founder's Orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Politician Wimperson? Not the most awe-inspiring tale end, is it? I see why he cut it. Not that he inspires confidence without it. Still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes. Robbery report. A police report was filed about the crystal theft a year ago, but the theft of the Founder's Orb was only reported a few weeks ago. So the crystal's police report was filed way before the orb was found missing. I still think we haven't actually seen the orb over in Kurain, so how do we know the orb was actually inside the box? I suggest the stolen relic is the crystal of Army Fae, as Mr. Atitian Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is fake. After all, Ema is the one who submitted it as evidence. Still, I feel like something we learned in that police report is important somehow. Okay. Well, the last name connection will come up probably later. The Atisham residence. Buddy was Atisham Wimperson. Is that it? I'm gonna do a save.
Objection!
That's not it. Statement contradicts the piece of evidence. Okay, never mind. Surely there would be a date on the email, but apparently they conveniently omit that information from the piece of evidence. Man, I'm not quite with it, am I? Like they stole it from the Atisham residence. Wait, this says it was stolen from the Atisham storehouse.
Objection!
But I thought that meant this was wrong. Decided to contradict. Fuck. Okay, yeah, it was wrong. I'm not sure. The urn was not found at the residence. It was where Dr. Buff put it. That wouldn't really be it. So how's locker been picked? Oh, Brayden, I want to work.
Objection!
No, that makes sense. What was the clue they were giving? Police report filed about the theft a year ago, but the theft of found resort was only a few weeks ago. That's the clue it's giving me. Something in the report's important. About a year ago for theft of mutual motive, not really relevant, I don't think. This will somehow become relevant, probably. Doctor hid it in the ruins before his untimely death, so we know that's not really relevant to this part. I'm having trouble. Oh no. And Crystal was discovered to be missing at 10 AM. The storehouse lock had been picked. It was a year ago. See, the storehouse sounds like it'll be a separate place to the residence. But apparently not. Oh, I'm in trouble. If I will come to no harm. Wearing it gets me raring to go. Well, first of all, we know that the urn isn't priceless.
Objection!
Please take a look at this piece of evidence. I'm looking, but what am I supposed to see? Okay. As your boss and mentor is a bit of advice. Never present evidence before you have a good grasp of the situation at hand. Right, sorry. And he's still mentoring us. Okay, look. I don't have a grasp on what part of this is the issue. Right. Eyes on Dr. Buff for a while now.
Objection!
Alright, that's not it either. I was just thinking, if they had their eyes on him for a while now, how did they not notice that he was dead? I'm really having a blank. Oh no. And the ship was, I don't know, it is long enough for another ad to go. That's all right. I really don't know where to go here. so stuff it. I'm not gonna just sit here and bang my head against the wall. What was this one called again? I want to click. What about Revolution? Yeah. Wow, that's convoluted. I was half thinking about the email, but I didn't connect it as PAW is Paul Atterson Whipperson. I really did not connect that. Wow. Yeah, my brain wasn't anywhere in the right place yet. Okay.
Objection!
The doctor stole the relic from the plaintiff. Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with a certain piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? Yes, we can't even see the email. It's just a USB stick. This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Mail? In that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Of course you wouldn't, Judge. You're a boomer. Oh, this stick here can store all sorts of computer data. I still don't get it. Hey, here, just look at this. Apparently the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. It was the initials that we needed. Yeah, Paul Atterson Whipperson. Okay. 7-Eleven at end mail. Yeah, my brain did not connect that at all. Now, take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Paul Atterson Whipperson. I can see why he dropped Whipperson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. Ah, his initials. Yeah, we got the Phoenix shocked face in full 3D model glory. Oh, I need to screenshot that one. Right, the plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Atterson Whipperson. Now consider this. The email's recipient address starts with 3 letters. P-A-W? Ah! Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than Paul Atterson Whipperson. Yep. Wait, then that means... Exactly. He wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the Crystal of Army Fae? Ah! We never checked the doctor's emails. Get good, Ema. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it, at the behest of his benefactor. Wait, then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real Crystal Army Fae. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal.
Objection!
And how are you so certain the PAW refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Poor, yeah. Perhaps, so let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Paul Addison Wimperson. I suppose shutting down detractors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Addison Wimperson. What is your birthday? Yeah, his birthday will be it, because on the email it was 7/11, so that would be the 7th of November. Unless it's bloomin' Americanized order. What is your birthday? My birthday is the July 11th. But what's it to you? Yep. January, February, March, April, May, June, July. 7. Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. But full disclosure, I only accept gifts valued at $1,000 or more. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? Alright. Politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11, or rather 7/11, matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I hardly think that's a coincidence. Wait. Why, you sneaky little... Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Will the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that is quite what? Quite a thing you've said. Any other thoughts? No further comments. I stand by my previous statement.
Hold it!
You can't just walk away when politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. No, actually, he has the right to remain silent. He said no comments. I'm afraid I simply don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary? Oh, no you don't, you slippery eel. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere, yeah. Phoenix is clearly gonna be a bit like Clavier in that he'll agree when it's the truth. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How so? Mr. Addison, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom, after all. You've got to be kidding me. Mr. Wright is, well, right, of course. But then he always is, and that's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Addison family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Buff was so eager to study its proud heritage, I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather. Hey, where is he, by the way?
Objection!
And in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give what you claim to be the crystal of Army Fae to that person? You were going to give a precious family heirloom away just like that? I was going to explain everything to Grandfather later. Honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please, I mean, it's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name placard today. Uh-huh. It even shines. And so I'm sure you would have been okay with me using the crystals I saw fit. Grandpa's spoiled little brat. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. No surprise he's always gone on about his own grandchild after all. Excuse me. Can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. She didn't even get the snackoos out. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attition Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Buff. Mr. Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Alright, now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called Crystal of Army Fae. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright, if the item in question really is an Attition family heirloom, and let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Attition Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal's origin. Alright, now then, listen and learn. This is a tale of the Crystal of Army Fae and the illustrious history of the Attition clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country, when the Attition family reigned supreme. The illustrious history of the Attition clan. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then, from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Army Fae give the crystal she had specially made as a gift to him. As a gift to him. I am a descendant of that great lord. You look really confident when you say that. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Well, that devolved into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the Crystal of Army Fae is an heirloom of the esteemed House of Attition. And you have proof that it has always been in the Attition family? I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbour, one Ives Shinetu, age 85, gave the following statement. The Attishans showed me the crystal back when I was but a lad.
Objection!
Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain the statement to the judge? I didn't mean... What I'm trying to say is, never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. He admits to forgetting it. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives Shinetto's statement to be perfectly credible. Wow, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick I want up my sleeve. You're not helping, Athena. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice. Okay. That object you set down there, is it something of importance to you? It's a name placard. This one here belonged to my grandfather, Abraham Atterson. He had it custom made during his distinguished political career. It's special because it was crafted from the finest Italian plastic. I wasn't aware the Italians were famous for their fine plastic. Neither was I. You can touch it if you want. No, I'm fine. Very well, I'll just continue with my testimony. Oh, pardon me. My ancestor was praised as a benevolent ruler, but he was also an eminent politician.
Hold it!
So I take it the relationship with the Fae clan was a close one. A smooth and open line of communication with my entire electorate. That is the politician way. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was asking about your ancestor. Whether it's about me or my ancestor. Feel free to ask me anything you'd like. Transparency in government, that's the politician way. More like dodging questions, that's the politician way. Thanks, I'll be sure to ask when I have something you'll actually answer. As I was saying, the Atterson family protected the Fae spirit mediums back then. What about, Paul, during the DL6 incident? Did you protect the Fae spirit mediums then? I think not.
Hold it!
The spirit mediums are targets of discrimination? Yes. Some people even treated them like they were monsters. The transformation the mediums underwent was when channeling spirits frightened the locals. I don't blame them. I'm still scarred from when Maya was channeling the priest dude. And then there were those who tried to use them. You mean they sought to control the channeling powers of the mediums? Believe in me was his missus. Trust in me, that's it. That was the priest's name. Discriminating against a minority is absolutely despicable. A vote for me is a vote to end discrimination. I vow to root it out wherever it may be. That is my promise to you. He's totally ignoring your questions. It's like you're a moderator at a political debate. Yeah, and only he cares about his talking points. As thrilling as your campaign is, could we please get back to your testimony? Fair, as you wish. Now then, as for the Crystal of Army Fae. As thanks, Army Fae gave the crystal shield specifically made as a gift to him.
Hold it!
And he said she had it made, so then it was made in Japan? And that's right, they say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. And they say it's quite valuable too. And you were going to take such a priceless family heirloom and just give it to your patron? Fair. That's so typical of you ignorant, common types. Making difficult decisions when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. So he needed money. He was getting it valued. Only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean? The crystal is a testament to my ancestors' remarkable achievements. And furthermore...
Hold it!
So tell me, Mr. Atterson Wimperson, are you famous in Korean village? You could say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing. Bemusing? Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms. Oh, they just love me. Ah, it's such a problem. I'm suffering from success. As ignorance really is bliss. All this only proves my fine lineage. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but is any of that relevant to the issue of the relic's rightful owner? Have you never heard of kingcraft? Kingcraft. It's the art of ruling as a king. My father drilled it into my head from a young age. And one of its precepts states, ruin awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses. But he's not a king. He's gonna try and be a politician. Well, that answered my question about what he meant by king of this nation. Progress. Apollo, who is this army fan anyway? I believe she was the founder of the Korean channeling technique. The plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestor. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? Yes, I suppose it would. Yeah, okay. Examine it. See if it's got made in Japan written on it. Yeah, earlier they were saying that when they were giving the brief description for Army Faye, they were saying about going to Japan and then coming here, which I'm kind of confused about how the localization is treating that versus the original, if the original is meant to be in Japan as well. Yes, I suppose it would. Ah, just like here in Australia, it's not real. Oh, what was I just reading? Made in Japan. Quantum real.
Objection!
I didn't think that'd be it. I'm having a tough time on this one. Depending on your polarity. Oh, sometimes we reverse the polarity just for fun. So it doesn't seem relevant to that. I need something that Strange flavored subatomic particles. Okay. Flavor. Oh, we're going on a side tangent. In particle physics, flavor refers to the species of an elementary particle. The standard model contains 6 flavors of quarks and 6 flavors of leptons. I don't think I've even heard of leptons. Half integer spin. Oh, leptons are color free and quarks are colored.
Got him! Got him!
So remind myself of what these are. Fundamental constituent of matter, yeah. I've heard of quarks and hadrons a bit. Hadn't heard of leptons. Charged leptons, including the electron, muon, and tauon. And neutral leptons, better known as neutrinos. Okay. Flavors though. Yum yum. What do they taste like? So does that mean that amongst all the different tastes in food and everything that you can have, it's all a combination of 6 flavors, or 12 flavors, because you've got 6 flavors of leptons and 6 flavors of quarks? It's all a variation of 12 flavors, combinations, and percentage amounts. Confirmed. I didn't know about that. There we go. So technically they're not strange flavored subatomic particles because that's all the flavors in the world.
Hold it!
So we asked, didn't we? So we need to say it was made in Korean, probably. Yep, that's it. He's butt flavored. So containing the farmers of the box. We did find it in the box, or in a box, in the cave.
Objection!
That was it. You stated that Army fired the crystal made for your ancestor. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? And that's right. The craftsmanship is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? It's quite obvious if you take a closer look at this. It's a symbolism, yeah.
Take that!
Why does it look like there's blood on the base of it? Hold on a minute. Oh, Japanese stuff is made in China. But what do you mean, Doc? All the best stuff is made in Japan. We were watching Back to the Future over the Father's Day weekend. Take a look at the distinctive design here. According to Dr. Buff, it's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Korean. I mean, they could have just copied the motif because they think it looked cool. And it was connected to the Kurain village thing, like, just copy the motive. The kingdom of Kurain, and you base this on. Here, this piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. So you know how in the previous case, they're like hardly anyone has even seen the box. There was only one black and white picture printed in a newspaper. Well, apparently he could just get a color copy of how it looked. Possibly after that court case, but still. Like, it's only been a couple of months at best. Not even a couple of months, just shy of it. 7 weeks since they reported it missing. A little bit of time for the court case in Korean, well, 1 day. So, like, 6 weeks for him to find a colour photo. That's something sus going on. Features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. And look here, but look here on the bottom of it, it says made in Japan. Therefore, I assert that a disputed item must have been made in the kingdom of Kurain. Ah! Eek! My placard! I went old bag there for a minute. The Kurain channeling technique originated in the kingdom of Kurain. An army phase known to have travelled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
True, like he's asking the real questions. Now, since this is clearly a Kurainese design, not even you can deny the possibility that it was made there. In the kingdom of Kurain, I mean, yeah, we need some sort of proof rather than just a witness statement for where it was made. Also, there's still blood on there, so interesting. Anything's possible to some extent. That doesn't make it true. So you can't conclude that the orb is from Kurain based solely on that pattern. But then also, Phoenix, you're forgetting that you're not a prosecutor. So in this kind of case, just because the defense can't disprove your theory doesn't make your theory true in these Ace Attorney clown courts, right? If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. Yep, that is true, yep. I have to agree with Mr. Wright. The pattern alone proves nothing. But that also means there's no basis to claim the item in dispute was made in Japan either. Yeah, he has to be nerfed for the case. Look. Otherwise we have no hope. At this rate, we're going nowhere fast. He's right, we're just spinning our wheels here. I wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. We just asked the Japanese, never lie, evidence that could break the stalemate. I mean, if the kids recorded everything, yeah, okay, it exists, sure. The defense would like to present a piece of evidence to the court. A piece that will finally break this stalemate. Oh? Well, you sure piqued my interest. Let's see what you've got. Alright. I will now prove that this is in fact the Founder's Orb. The picture of our father. I think we go for the SARS drone.
Take that!
And just how does that prove it? Yeah, that'd be it. It doesn't, does it? No, by any means I can fathom. Okay, we need to think about this before we answer. Oh yeah, that peak was peak. Most of the time they're spelling things correctly, it's only one or two minor things I notice. Sometimes. So we need to have something that proves that it is the Founder's Orb. Demotion for that. Look, someone has to make the pun since Lock-On's not in the chat. I'm trying to fill in the absence. Alright, descending upon us all in the glory. I mean, do we just go with the... No, because that first half of it was to open the damn box. Yeah, that was all to open the box. That was nothing to do with the orb itself. Oh no, an image of an angel becomes itself an angel. Oh, you haven't seen that part of Doctor Who. The Weeping Angels episode, and there's another one in Matt Smith's era where an image of an angel becomes itself an angel, and so one of the people saw the video recording of a weeping angel, and then they basically had a weeping angel stuck in their eye, and they said that's something stuck in their eye. My brain went there. If it's not the SARS drone, what would it be? Oh, probably, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, similar to Blade Runner as well. All these memories washed away like tears in the rain. Blade Runner, is that before Fullmetal Alchemist? Was that in Brotherhood or the original Fullmetal Alchemist? I don't even remember now. Oh. The release date for the manga was 2001. So Blade Runner came before, yeah, Blade Runner was 80s. It is different, but it is like Tears in the Rain, so that sort of thing has always existed. All versions, okay, yeah, it's been so long that I forgot. SC2 does not exist. I want to see if it's one of those fake out things. Yeah, I want to see if it's one of those fake out things, because they do that sometimes. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use, at least not at this point. Yeah, because I don't notice it. Another day of investigation, maybe. Well, unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. He's taping it on! Well, that's much better. Very different emotions, yeah. What's his deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider the orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Founder's Orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. Paul harms Dr. Buff to void this agreement. Right here, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress. That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been murder. Yeah. Well, what? A murder? Well, Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly. Yeah. I guess he has to say it straight out for any of the players that know nothing about the legal system at all, or never heard of it. Are you suggesting the Doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragons? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume on psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because the books that came tumbling down were from the top shelf, the archaeology books. We know this because the Doctor's books were meticulously organised by subject. Archaeology took up the entire shelf, so the psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting the psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books, but I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. Yeah, okay, see, the blood on the corner of there is when it hit his head, made him lose his balance, he fell off and died. The Doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. And that's when the blood got on the book? Precisely. That, or someone lobbed the book at him because it was easier to reach and they could lob it at him while he was on the ladder. Oh yeah, that's how you know that Phoenix is too high a level for Apollo. As he can do his suit at length, right? Precisely. And to make it look like an accident, he was buried under a mountain of archaeology books.
Objection!
Well, wait a second. This is all just speculation, right? Yeah, he 100% has a tailored suit. That's where all the money went. Yeah, it would not be off the rack. It would have to get it tailored for sure. Well, do you have proof that it was murder? Of course I do. You do? On a hunch, I had Detective Sky examine the Doctor's head wound. She found that he'd been struck by the corner of some object or another. The friggin' book, I told you! Phoenix is nerfed so hard right now. Wait, what? A wound like that couldn't have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Buff was murdered. What? Well, that was unexpected. Who'd have thought that we'd break out of the soundmate like this? He pulled the ladder out from under us. What about the step ladder, Athena? Me mix on her. Still, if he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. Even if the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it was the Defying Dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Did you forget who you were up against? Mr. Justice? I am the king of baseless accusations and then bring up the proof afterwards. Huh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witnesses and evidence, did you? Oh, okay, yep. We're supposed to be fighting Hobo Phoenix level preparedness here, but it really doesn't feel like it. Well, what are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. Hey, he saw what? No. Phoenix Thrawn. Whose name is on the art? I know, the box art. I mean, technically, this specific game has Apollo. Actually, no, we need to look at this. So they called this the Apollo Justice Trilogy when they bundled it together. And then the art of the game has all four of them. Apollo, Nayuta, and Maya and Phoenix. So they're all on the box art. You know who's not there? Athena. Athena's done dirty. Done dirty. And there's some other... there's a splash art here. Yeah, Spirit of Justice. Athena's on that at least. It's still called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice in the original though. So whose name is on the box art? Yeah, is the question. So the pictures are there, but the name's still Phoenix Wright and his silhouette. So technically Phoenix is on there twice. Athena's been, yeah, fridged. If we can prove it was murder, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. Wright do this to us? He was just waiting to spring this trap. They did. They really did, didn't they? Oh no. I need to look at that again now. Yeah. They wanted to make her look. They wanted to make her look older, so they gave her the MILF face. Oh dear. This trial has taken another unexpected turn. But I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murderer likely disposed of it elsewhere. Do we have Maya? We should have Maya in our persons list here. She is about that, yeah, 23, 24. Pearl is still a short ass even though she's 18. I know we looked at it before. It was 23 or 24, I just forget. She could be 28. In her 20s anyway. The wiki says age 28. Oh no. Anyway. Should be 24. They could be right at the end of the series. I forget her age. I mean, that would make her 28 will make her closer to Phoenix's age, which makes sense. Pearlie was a fair bit younger than her. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. Man just loves murder. Phoenix just loves murder trials. He wants to be back on one. Ah, yeah. 17 in the first game, which already there's a 7-year time skip between the third game and Apollo Justice. So that already means she would be older than 24 by the time of this game. Because I think they're about a year apart between each game in this trilogy. From a timeline that I saw on the subreddit. That's about right. So if she was 17 in the first game, 18, 19 by the third game, and 7 years will make that 26, 27, 28. Close enough. If we assume that we don't, like, we make it 6, yeah, that would make sense. She's 28. Alright, Miss Rotation Wimperson, your testimony, if you please. Prepare to be dazzled. Dazzled by charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. Oh god, I'm the same age as Maya in this game. And Phoenix is 35. 30's not that old, theoretically, in this day and age. Alright. Let's go, petition. You can petition a titian. The rebel's crime. Oh no, I just hit. Anyway, that happens. That evening I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Odell. He was running out of the front door. How do you know his name? How do you know that's his name, Paul? It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of the crime. Of his crime. I guess you're gonna word it like that, right? Yeah. A vote for me is a vote to end such a violence. That is my promise to you. So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence. And it was within the window of the estimated time of death. That's because men aren't MILFs. Clearly. It was within the window of the estimated time of death. What was the estimated time of death again? I don't remember. It's been too long. Here we go. 10 to 11 p.m. Okay. Yeah, if you look after yourself, you know, can still look really good. Yeah. I'd say that's the same with women too. That's our bell. What in the world were you doing there? It seems Mr. Arbel was loitering about Kurone village that day. There's evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Isn't that right, Mr. Justice? Yeah, suitcase was there. Ah! You mean the suitcase? Exactly. He must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Arbel just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. Ah! See? That's him trying to escape as we speak. Bailiff, don't let that man get away. Right, you backstabber! Why are you doing this to me? Never should have trusted that stinking lawyer, hey, Dats? Alright, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice. Oh boy. You're walking alone, lost in thought. Just so happens. Why were you taking a walk? See, I'm thinking that he's so sus. Dats walked in to get the orb, saw Dr. Buff dead, ran for it. Paul was there after doing the crime, saw him run and was like, great, can blame it on him. Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved. And as a politician, I'm always on the job, thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks. Thanks for the non-answer. Well, we live out our comfy lives. There are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. A vote for me is a vote to end hunger and for world peace. Yes, Mr. Ashton Wimperson, we are well aware of your outstanding character. Now, please continue with your testimony. I can practically hear my poll numbers surging. Dude. You're trying to appeal to people that live outside of Kurone Village. So the poll numbers are not going to rise because there are people that are blooming outside of the area they can vote in anyway. You're dumb. Now, on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificence that is me. I don't know. I think of Rowan Atkinson. Apparently, according to Wikipedia and IMDb, Paul Ashley Warren Atkinson was a British guitarist and record company executive. Best known as a founding member of the pop/rock band The Zombies. The more you know. Monash University. Hang on. Oh! Michael Atkinson! That is apparently an Aussie politician? That's close enough. For the South Australian branch of the Labor Party. However the heck you heard that or somehow got close to it. There are no lies. And that's when I saw Dats, which, how do you know his name? Where exactly were you when you saw Miss Arabelle? Right here, under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Buff's front door. That's totally not sus. So he was watching to see who would walk into the scene. And he didn't notice you? No, I was hidden by the tree. Is it really all that important to know from where the painter saw him? Yes, it is, obviously. Yes, I believe it matters a lot. I ask that it please be added to the witness's testimony. I was under this tree when I saw Mr. Apollo. What were you doing under that tree? Ah, no, just jerking off. A lack of lateral thinking. That is a politician's downfall. What? That is why, if I'm elected, I promise to think outside the box. The question was, what were you doing under the tree, Mr. Ashton Wimperson? I suppose I can't expect a plebeian such as yourself to understand my grand design. Ah, whoa, if you weren't listening, you would just have to look back at it and try and figure it out. Oh yeah, try me, oh lord of plebs. Mr. Ashton Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your grand political vision. Now, let's have the rest of your testimony, if you please. I can hardly wait for the upcoming election. Running out the front door. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, his behavior was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were darting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something, and it probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police. Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Buff? Not me. That's why I didn't report him. So the witness didn't notify the police. He said in one statement, everything's important. Yes, it's important. I requested the witness add it to his testimony. Add everything to the testimony. Sure, why not?
Hold it!
You had no idea he was dead. In other words, you knew nothing about what had happened. I am truly ashamed of myself. What? There has been a gruesome murder in my beloved village. What a fool I've been. I was thinking only of the village's future and world peace. It seems my earnest attitude and industrious nature have come back to haunt me. Only a politician would try to pass off self-aggrandizement and self-deprecation. Self-depreciation? Apollo, you think this is how all politicians will be from now on? We're all doomed if they are. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with my testimony. It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing from the scene of his crime. Yeah, Athena read the script of in real life, unfortunately. It's too real. I thought this was funny, haha game. But at the time, you didn't know the doctor was dead. Is that correct? It's true that I've been known as a prodigy from a very young age. Huh? I graduated high school and college with exceptional grades. As class president, I reformed stale old school traditions. My exploits were even covered in local papers. But as exceptional as I am, I can't possibly be expected to know everything at all times. This isn't working. It keeps bending the questions to serve its own needs. Hang in there, Apollo. Mr. Ashton Wimperson, I believe the court is well aware of your exceptional nature. Now, would you please continue with your testimony? I have the upcoming election in the bag. I really want him to break his placard completely. We need him to break the tape he put on there. It was a great animation, yes. It was actually not even, it was just when he polished it and then the sticker came off. So how do you actually intend to end such violence? Elite politicians such as myself never reveal their strategies. And did you really think I would divulge such sensitive information to the likes of you? Yeah, but surely you have some sort of campaign platform you're running on. No comment. Clearly, his is a platform told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. He said he saw death from under the tree. If that's true, then... Did you figure something out? Yeah, I think he's hiding something. Let's take another look at the evidence of the... Yeah. So I'm thinking... You can clearly see that through the window you could see where the body was.
Objection!
That apparently is it. There's something off about that statement. Okay. Look, we'll get there. It's this statement, I reckon. It's just what we're blooming doing.
Objection!
I swear, it's gotta be he could have seen through the damn window. He was right there. What was the clue thing in there? Okay, I'm gonna look at the evidence. Wasn't that, but is that the tree he meant? Because here it looks like the window lines up more with the tree.
Objection!
It's not the floor plan. Sometimes it's been one thing and not the other that I'm thinking of. Yeah, that animation was really good for the sticker coming off. Oh no, I'm getting... Oh, I'm not with it tonight. RPG earlier, which I also didn't see lock on that, was... draining my brain juices. Alright.
Objection!
We can't present profiles. No, we can't present profiles in this one. Unless it's specifically queued.
Objection!
Right way of thinking, different statement. Okay, Mr. Addison Wimperson rather than Mr. Arabelle. Wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must always keep his finger on the electorate's pulse. Pulse. And focus on the nation's... Sorry, but you're way off. I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? The witness saw Miss Arabelle from his position here. Then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. After all, it was right next to a huge window. Exactly, yeah, that was my thinking. Why, I believe you have a point there. With the body that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported it to the police. Will the witness care to respond? He's snoring! He's snoozing! Did he fall asleep? Mr. Atterson Wimperson? How convenient. Mr. Atterson Wimperson. Huh? Oh, there are many signs to any issue. What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. Atterson Wimperson, did you really see Mr. Arabelle? Yes. He's just leaving. Where do you think you're going? Oh, I thought I'd return to my seat, seeing as I already answered the question. This isn't some small town hall debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before
Objection.
Glare. Oh, he's giving him the glare. I'm surprised we haven't had to use we should have to use a perceive through this, and we should have to use the mood matrix. Mr. Atterson Wimperson, I think it's time for you to come clean. Huh? So then, does this mean he didn't see Mr. Arabelle? As your lawyer, Mr. Atterson Wimperson, I advise you divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out. Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Your Honour. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it. Emo was the first one to discover the body. About that, whoever it was, it seems they wanted to remain anonymous. What? It happens now and then. Some people would rather not get involved with the police. Wait, you're not saying that? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. The anonymous source who contacted the police after discovering the body was my client, Mr. Paul Atterson Wimperson. Well, what? You don't say. So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen quite admirably, if I may say so. Isn't that right? Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many people who choose indifference over righteous action. But I don't number among them. That's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen and murdered Dr. Buff. One might call me the model citizen, one worthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Albel? He would have been leaving the doctor's house right around then. Wait, that means... Yes, it does. In short... What my client witnessed was Mr. Albel fleeing the scene of a heinous murder. And that's not all. Based on what we've heard so far, Mr. Albel looked exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know the Defiant Dragons threatened the Doctor with bodily harm. And now that they've killed him, the so-called oil transfer agreement is null and void. But we don't know if this was no harm from the Defiant Dragons, or if he was trying to get the Defiant Dragons to help protect him. Apollo! If you don't come up with some kind of counter-argument... and what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove it was Mr. Albel who killed the Doctor? That move had desperate written all over it. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? I suppose it's true that I don't have any. And the only testimony that we do have is from someone that's already committed perjury. I knew it. But I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. Wow, that's just... When we know Phoenix... That's not true. And my new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Albel's guilt. A new witness? I wonder who it could be. Old bag, old bag, old bag. Very well. Bailiff, please summon a new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly, understood? Alright. Wow, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... No, he's really lost his grip. He's got prosecutor syndrome now, where he's being dumb. Yeah, just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He really is the turnabout terror. Nice. We can't let him blindside us again. Now, what was his voice? It was har 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 har. Looks like they've got me again. 3 times in 1 year. That's a new record. Har 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 har. He said it, not me this time. Dats, please, no more new records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough trying to help you as it is. Roger that. I'll be more careful next time. Dats, is that what Mr. Wright said true? Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the ore. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the Doctor was still alive when Dad last saw him. I still have to prove it though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony can make or break this case. Every blooming testimony can do that. Yeah, I know. It's a shame we didn't get to see that peel animation again for the placard. Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad. Maybe she's still mad. More like worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. And then you might leave. And that you might then leave the agency. I mean, Apollo has been known to do that. She has an active imagination, but there's precedent for it, Apollo. You left on your own thing to investigate the bloomin' Clay Terran case. Excuse me, the trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see what new testimony awaits us. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. I want to replay the original trilogy as well at one point, probably in my own time. I think it'd be a neat handheld game. I guess that's why they released on the DS and that first, and the Game Boy. And this is the remastered trilogy. Alright. Let's do this. Alright, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of the doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here. You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear. Now that's impressive. This must be really important testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. Let me guess, it's gonna be the actual drone. Yep, I knew it. Oh my. Sergeant Buff, right? Sergeant Buff, at your service, sir. He's here as the drone. Really? Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this? Past trauma has rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone. So he's actually in the lobby. Interesting. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. But testimony via remote control toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. It is Phoenix Wright after all. We took the parrot's testimony, we took a Orca's testimony via vid screen. Sure, that's who's piloting this trial anyway. The judge sure warmed up to the idea fast. Yeah, he's used to Phoenix. Come on. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. Oh wait, I didn't read all that. You disappoint me, Corporal Justice. I think I once called you comrade. Defending the man who killed Papa? That's full-on treason, soldier. I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal? Private? What's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. It made the drone really expressive as well. It was pretty cool. Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground, as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear him arguing with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated Dats getting ejected from the premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. He must have regrouped and killed my papa in the study later. I just know it. So he was thrown out, but later returned and committed the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor. So the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Arabelle. Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good. I didn't kill no one. That's a double negative. That's get good. That means you did kill someone. It's the enemy. Ready your missiles and fire! He actually has missiles. Whoa, 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 whoa. Actual missiles. Ha 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 ha! Capitalist pig. I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. And that's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. Whoa, it fires missiles too? Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice. What happened that evening? Alright.
Hold it!
Your father met with someone? Could you be more specific? No, I was in the midst of a crucial defensive siege operation. Right. You're referring to how you don't leave your room, correct? You never know where the enemy might be lurking outside the siege perimeter. What about, school? Oh, I don't go to boot camp. I'm a soldier. A sergeant doesn't associate with rookies still too green to fight. For a kid like this, I bet Dr. Buff won't be getting any rest in the afterlife either. It was very brave of you to come to the courthouse today. Well, what was that you said about a siege defense? Oh, that, well... Okay.
Hold it!
Sarge, I always wondered. Who or what are you battling? So that's classified. Even so, it may be relevant to this case. I don't know if you're the right person to be asking me about things like that. That's right, such matters need to be handled with a certain delicacy. Oh, I guess curiosity got the better of me. You're all talk and no action, soldier. Out on the battlefield, it ain't the number of pretty words in your repertoire, but the number of bullets in your gun belt that counts. Easy for you to say, you're the one with all of them. Will the witness please tell this court what he saw and heard that night?
Hold it!
What was the argument about? I heard things like, where's the orb? And, are you defying dragons really criminals? It sounded real volatile, like a war might break out at any second. So the two of them had an argument when Dads came to get the orb. Did you see or hear anything else? Yeah, I heard them arguing, and then silence. And what time was he ejected? How was Mr. Arabelle acting? Okay, I thought I was going to go for the time he was kicked out. Like a conquered trooper retreating with his tail between his legs. And a trooper? Well, I guess he does dress like he's in the military. I bet those two would really hit it off had they met under different circumstances. Yeah, I can see that. And so the defeated soldier was expelled, but that wasn't the end. Okay, lingered. That does seem suspicious. She is a shipper, oh no. She's gone for it. I mean, I thought there's just like, oh yeah, they'd be good friends. We actually don't know. Like, they say son throughout the whole thing. And we don't know for sure because we've never seen the character. He go hiding behind trees and telephone poles and stealing glances at our house. Well, he couldn't exactly leave without the orb. Or his suitcase. He got kicked out and his suitcase was still in there. What do you think? I bet he was angry that he'd been kicked out. Hope remains.
Hold it!
But don't you keep your front door unlocked? If so, then anyone could have got in. Although it's true, Papa didn't keep our house locked up. He said there was no need because there was only good people in Crime Village. Yet he ended up dead anyway. Only a monster would do what they did to my kind, trusting Papa. There will be no mercy. I've our swift and terrible vengeance. I'll carpet bomb the killer with everything in my arsenal. Fire! Well, you haven't identified him yet. Although I sympathise with you will refrain from firing Gatling guns in this court. We've gone from whips to Gatling guns. So Sarge saw Dats too. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. Wonder why he hung around after being thrown out. I hate to say this, but if Dats is proven to be the killer, we'll lose the orb to the plaintiff. So our only option is to prove that the five dragons had nothing to do with the murder. No, he was hanging around for his suitcase. His passport was in there and everything. No, Dats is just a clown. He didn't do it. How do I prove it? We don't have a picture of his suitcase. Oh. Why don't we have a picture of his suitcase?
Objection!
I swear that has to be... I don't have evidence of the damn suitcase. Oh no, not your roof again. What is with your house? You'll just be getting the buckets of water and chucking them out the window, won't you? Damn. Actually, my dad had one time he went back home when the roof was leaking above the shower. I think it had evaporated so much water that it softened the roof there. The ceiling, I should say. It wasn't the roof, it was the ceiling. And he had to do a very quick plaster job, and the last time I was up there, I noticed it. Plaster's a bugger to deal with. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. At least it'd plug it up for the time being until you can get a the professional to do it. Even if you do a quick plaster job that doesn't look great. They have the same roof! Exactly! It's an apartment. I have to do something about it. Oh, I got sidetracked. Suitcase. We need something that says about his suitcase. Oh, that would make sense. I know that skylights in cars and that used to have the seals not be great. Maybe just the seal around the skylight's gone.
Objection!
I swear it has to be on this thing. Alright, Cole, you could use silicon as well to seal it. And at least the silicon wouldn't be too difficult to get out. I mean, essentially caulking it, yeah. Whichever would work best for the situation. Ah. Yeah, that might be tricky. I've got a ladder I could reach up to the roof with if I had to. I still need to clean my fans. Actually, I used one the other day. I need to clean my fans. I keep forgetting to do that. Now I have ceiling fans.
Objection!
What am I doing? I need to change what I'm thinking of a bit. Yeah, it seems to be telling me to go to why he hung around after being thrown out. That's the suitcase, I know that. It's just what evidence tells him the suitcase? Not that one.
Objection!
Yeah, the Founder's Orb wasn't in the place.
Objection!
And Dads would know that.
Objection!
Which statement do I put that to then? Or have I jumped a step? Because sometimes I do that with this game. Where's the orb?
Objection!
Trying to prove that Dad would have known the orb wasn't in there. His damn suitcase. Oh my goodness, where do I bloomin' see his suitcase?
Objection!
No. This is ridiculous. Wouldn't be that. It's not that, because I tried it, didn't I? Yeah, I tried it. There's not two pictures there. Why didn't we take a picture of the other half of the room? Why don't we have a picture of the other half of the room with the stuff in? I don't know.
Hold it!
We did press this, didn't we?
Objection! Objection!
No, I'm losing it. Oh, bugger. Wrong one. Didn't have eyes on the ground. I was on a completely wrong thing. He has a camera, so he would have had eyes on. He would have been able to see. I did get a haircut, yeah. It was getting too long. Even though I swear it's a ploy. They leave your fringe long. Like it was nearly down to my eyes still, so I'm like... Anyway, it's a ploy. They leave your fringe longer so that it is annoying, so you go back to the hairdresser sooner. So I end up getting it shorter. I should have just checked it properly before, but yeah, I ended up just cutting it myself back at home this time. Well, like 3 months worth. So I had heaps on the side that they cut off. I should just tell them like about a number 4's length over all of the top. It'd probably be easier. Oh, they don't, this one didn't do that. At least. I even said, oh, you can make my hair on top. He kept longer as well. I think that one, I tried a different one that was a bit cheaper. I think they're so used to doing those newfangled fade cuts or whatever, so you have barely anything on the side, which doesn't work for me. I've got blonde hair, so I'll just look like I'm bald on the sides. So, yeah. I swear it's a ploy just to get you to go back anyway, that they leave your hair longer than you really want it. No, it's $30 for that cheaper one, but it's annoying because it's like $30, and then if you go to another one, if you're lucky, it's $35, or for most of the ones that used to be the standard no frills ones are now $40. It's annoying. And you go to a different state and they're cheaper. I don't get it. Anyway. Apparently it's the drone.
Objection!
Because my brain was thinking along a completely wrong track. Apparently, even from the clue they were trying to tell me. Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You want to get in on this strong enough action with Pig Boy over there, soldier? Sorry, but I'm afraid lawyers are missile-proof. Well, what? Lawyers are missile-proof! That's why you're a lawyer, J-Land. To become missile-proof. Would the defense care to explain? It's simple, Your Honor. It's just as he is able to see what is happening in court right now. Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course. Ah, now that you mention it. And to think, the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. You know, the drone could have been a really good way to confound his perceivability. If a witness knows about his perceivability and goes, I'm not falling for that, uses a medium that he can't see the witness, that'd be cool. Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night, so you must have seen something. Ah, I'm here! What is this strange new weaponry you're using against me? Is sweating oil. The courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice. And the evidence has exposed your bold-faced lie. Bold-faced lie. I thought it was supposed to be B-O-L-D instead of B-A-L-D when it's bold-faced lie. It's on topic for haircuts. Also, yeah, that's funny with the people getting hardly anything cut off. My truth bomb, Sarge, has stripped your defenses bare. Truth bomb? No! Ah! Mayday! Mayday! I'm going down! Well, the original is boldface? Okay. I didn't realise. I guess that just means you're clean shaven. I always thought of it as a bold-faced lie, like you're being so bold with telling the lie. Ah, that makes more sense. I still thought of it as not having hair. Yeah. That's why I thought of it as BOLD. Bold with telling a lie. New way of saying it. Look, I just thought it was spelt the other way because of how it's used. There's me auto-correcting it. Ah, interesting. Unmarred by any doubt. What other definitions does bold have then? Oh yeah, get bold tires. Merriam-Webster. I'll have a look at for a sec. Lacking a natural or usual covering. Okay, so you can, yeah, that makes sense. Like bold trees wouldn't have bark, that sort of thing. Having little or no tread. Marked with white. Lacking adornment or amplification. Undisguised, palpable, bold arrogance. Yeah, that... Okay. I thought that was BOLD as well. Huh. Undisguised, like, with bold arrogance, I thought that was BOLD as well because of being bold with your arrogance. But I guess that's the same sort of thing as undisguised palpable there. Interesting. I can shrink up. Yeah, I did that so we could read the text better. Yeah, that makes sense. I get the meaning when I'm reading it and it's being explained like that. I just didn't think of it that way before because how it's used is just so similar in context to if you had BOLD and you were being bold with it as like undisguised. Oh my, you're right. Yeah, it's fine. It's just a drone. Evidence? Never have I seen such fearsome ordnance. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. It's a blooming drone. How stressed can it look? Yes, the vocal tones are coming over. Yeah, we're getting missiled again. Sarge, you need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot! It'll be a scorching day in Siberia before a lowly private like you orders me around. What's with him and Siberia of all players? Oh, that was funny. What was it? I think it's my godparents that, don't really keep in contact with them anymore or anything. Oh, I forget where they were from now. Estonia or somewhere. But when mentioned Siberia, and then I remember is a bit of a family thing for a while, as they're going, Siberia. I think that came from them. Or one of Mum's friends, anyway. But if a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey, Athena, you think a therapy session might help? Well, it could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That's because it's coming through this tinny-ass speaker in the toy drone. That usually means the patient wants to say something but can't for some reason. And in Sarge's case, I imagine whatever's plaguing him is pretty severe. PTSD. He probably saw the death. In that case, I'll leave it to you and your mood matrix magic. You got it. Now, I believe I can be of help here. Time for a therapy session, is it, Miss Sykes? Yes, it will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify. Phoenix seems so silent during all of this. I think that's something I'm noticing, because usually the prosecutor has something to say in a lot of the presses and a lot of the presenting evidence, as Phoenix is just letting it go. He's not really opposing us. Then by all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be alright with you, Mr. Wright. Why not? It's not like we all haven't been through this before. Well, what are you butting in for, lady? There ain't no place on this battlefield for you.
Objection!
Objection! I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. Jane's always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I've got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you built around your heart. First evidence, now analytical psychology. Where are these W1Ds coming from? Oh well, if it's a battle you won, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it. Cool woman, Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. Yeah, I knew we had to do a mood matrix through some of this. Staying in my room with my drone that evening. I heard Dats and Papa arguing with each other. Dats got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. What about the surprise there? And the sad? What about the surprise? The sad here?
Got it!
This emotion isn't that out of place given the statement. Okay. Pirate just saw humans' emotions as they relate to only a single statement. It's really important to look for emotional fluctuation between different statements too. Alright, thank you, one. Yeah, okay. Okay. He seems sad about staying in his room. Maybe he's just depressed. I'm curious why you were surprised they were arguing, but I guess that's a normal reaction.
Got it!
Oh, the surprise may have been weird there. That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body. Yet you weren't nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Arabelle. Normally, you'd expect the death of one's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire! Direct hit! Okay, that was it. That is strange. I wonder what it could mean. Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been. And I think I know why. Oh? Sarge, you weren't as shocked at seeing your father's body as Mr. Arabelle because You'd already seen his body, yep. Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your ring that night. And that's when you saw it, your father's body. I saw no such thing. Really, you didn't see his body? Alright then, what did you see? Okay. Look, Apollo, we've lost some noise. So, just as I suspected, you really did see something. Sarge, please, tell us what you saw. The moment I saw it, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another loved one. Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you already sensed that he was a goner somehow? Maybe. Please, Sarge, what was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? Oh, God, I saw... Oh, God. Whoa! Well, what's happening? I don't like where this is going. That's just straight electricity around the drone from an emotional reaction. How is he controlling this drone? With his... Is this some drone controlled by his thoughts? And so it's being affected? Yeah! No more, please! Abe. I've confiscated your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment. He took Widget! Well, that's new. Well, Widget! Oh, Apollo, I can't continue the session without him. Calm yourself, this is I hereby order you to submit to your therapy session. What in blazes? He took the gavel! Look at me, I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. He took the gavel! I hereby convene a military tribunal. Whoa, this has gone way too far. But bailiff, arrest that drone, this isn't. Does he not know how drones work? Ah. Stop resisting! Ah! You don't come quietly, fire! Ah! Get Bridget back right! That's a lot of missiles he has. You'd think he'd have to restock. Phew, finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. 2, 3, 4. Ooh. Miss Sykes, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see, he's emotionally all over the map. So his out of control emotions are in control of him. Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out the root cause? Yes, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Oh. Is that you, call woman Sykes? I'm here now. I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. In. Out. in, out. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Come on, just let it all out. Oh, all forces attack! That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. Wait. You're still hanging around after I got kicked out when I heard more fighting and I got worried about Papa. The order of events has changed a bit too, so I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and passed out. I remember a flame lighting up the room and Papa grinning with delight. That's when he must have been killed, if only I hadn't passed out. Weapon.
Got it!
There seem to be cause of the emotional state. I'll use a clue to her right now. Okay, yeah. Oh my goodness. I forget how his mother was killed.
Got it!
Must have been in a fire. That's it. Sarge, you were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes, just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze. That's right. I'd forgotten that part before then. So it's no wonder you'll be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. And maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. Also, if he saw his father grinning over the fire, does that mean that Dr. Buff was the arsonist? Damn. What do you mean, call woman Sykes? In the outside world, you are bound to come across all sorts of fire. Candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. Even if it's not that often, just the idea that you might see them grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow, the things I take for granted. Now I see, I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Stay calm or maybe something will come to you. Oh, I'm starting to remember it was that relic. That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. The orb was on fire? It's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there in the flames was Mama? Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. Wait, what? Or what's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. He might be confusing it with what really happened when his father died. So let me guess, more therapy? Yep, but this time it seems there's an inconsistency in the statements, and I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. I hope this inconsistency is key to proving the relic really is the Founder's Orb. No more fighting, not worrying. Left your room and suddenly got dizzy and passed out. So he passed out, saw a vision of the night. And Papa must have been killed if only I hadn't passed out, but that makes no sense. Because he hit it.
Objection!
That mustn't be the one to do it on then. The other one. He couldn't have been holding the orb.
Objection!
There. Before his death, yeah. Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father wasn't killed right after you left your room. Well, what? Explain yourself at once, Private Justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? But that night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So, what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. Ah! So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. Yep. So even if I hadn't passed out, that's right, the outcome would have been exactly the same. That's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Do we have, so 10 and 11. Yeah, anyway. We don't have the time he hit it as such, okay. Oh, I see. Private Justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge. Papa wished nothing more than for me to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out, away from the big city. But even then, I didn't have the courage to set foot into the outside world. And in the end, I vowed to make Papa's wish come true. Sarge? Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? My first step? That's right, you can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. That's nice, she's helping him. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, The victory you seek in the war you're waging will always lie beyond your grasp. Phoenix is just not saying anything. That is kind of weird throughout this whole thing. I guess he's just letting his proteges do what they do, and it feels a lot like that. It just feels weird how he's in the room and he's just not saying anything. I think I understand now. I've made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Do we actually get to see what he looks like? In a wheelchair. Interesting. We knew it. It's a girl. How did we know? Bruh. I was kind of joking earlier, but now, she's shipping it. Okay. Huh? So Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the drill sergeant I envisioned. Well, my mama was in the Russian army. Spetsnaz. Ocelot unit. I was just as shocked, but it certainly explained a few things when I found out, too. May I introduce to you Miss Army Buff, age 12. Of course she's an army buff. Come on, the name's... Okay. No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. She's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative, only since I was injured. In the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. Okay, so she probably used a voice changer throughout the whole thing and I didn't realise. I was doing it like a young kid's voice, like a young boy's voice, but it also works for a young girl. My drone features a voice modulation device. Okay, yeah, that's it. Just one of my army's many technological marvels. Well, you fooled me. I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. Okay. So, I was a bit confused on what the voice should have been, I think, throughout the whole thing. So I sort of went between Gruff and then the kid's voice a bit, and then I went with the kid's voice this time. Hard to know when it's just text. If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I've just remembered something, and it's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at a roll call. Roll call. What did you remember? It wasn't my mother who appeared in the burning orb. It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. He said it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Qur'anism. No face though. So does that mean Army Buff is the only one alive that's seen the face of the Holy Mother? He appeared right there, right in the burning orb. Huh? What did you just say? Okay. The Holy Mother of Koreanism was in the burning orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what Sarge means by the Holy Mother appearing in the burning orb? Offer those prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. I'll make sure to save this, okay.
Take that!
Dr. Buff's research notes? What do they have to do with this? Look at this, the burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both.
Take that!
There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle. There was one part, that was the part that there was no image on the box for when we found the orb as well, wasn't it? Yeah. And this song in turn is said to contain the key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, only then shall the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone seeing where I'm going with this? Prayers as fervent as fire. Ah! We're supposed to set the orb on fire? The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he... Yes, the thief. He had solved the annual riddle of the founder's orb. As he said, he has yet to crack the riddle in this, but then he solved it. That night. Oh my. Papa was a great archaeologist, so I believe in him, and I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice, please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down and be quiet.
Objection!
The objections back and forth. You don't have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
Oh, but I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Army Fae, any ownership rights the Doctor had now belong to his daughter. Get him, Apollo, yeah. Phoenix has been nerfed, or get her. That's the problem with a lot of this. Like, if he didn't object here, like, he should just let it happen. But if he didn't object here, he kind of wouldn't be doing his job. But it does feel like there's no real opposition in this part, which feels so weird. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah, the kid's also still traumatized by fire. Oh, we get a 3D cutscene with this too. Yeah, might need more fire than that, bro. Look! Oh, Apollo, the inside of the orb! It's melting! There's something in there. The face of the Holy Mother. Ah! The Dirk, isn't she? Throughout the whole game so far, all depictions of the Holy Mother have been faceless. And now the reveal that there's a face on the inside the orb. Yeah, in-game asset cutscene, wow. Instead of 2D anime. Yeah. And also because of this dispute, the will would only be carried out after this is solved, right? Fake lore game. Isn't she? Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself. Face and all. And the person does. I didn't know because it's only been like a day since the person died, so I didn't think all the things. Oh, will is executed. I didn't think there'd be time for the will to be executed by then. By now. Regardless of if he left everything to his daughter or not. So yeah, Phoenix is right. Phoenix is right, but he's caught in his own BS because he taught me Apollo just to be very confident with it. Yeah. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Cryonism is the depiction of the founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. That's why the royal family could only look at it. Right. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is a Holy Mother, founder of Cryonism. And based on that, this must be none other than the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Now, be that as it may, Miss Arabelle still may have killed the Doctor. That's not what this case is about, fool! You've been nerfed! If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement null and void. True. Don't play dumb, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after Sarge saw Mr. Arabelle. It happened after the Doctor came back from hiding the orb. And you've no proof that Mr. Arabelle was still around at the time. The claim that the Defiant Dragons are behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Well, it doesn't say if the Defiant Dragons harm him. No, it just says if I will come to no harm. Which means that if he is harmed in any way because of the orb, this is null and void. If you're picking apart the wording of this. Admit it, Mr. Wright. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Oh no! Yeah. I won. I actually won. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Respond? I didn't think so. Wait, did we just win? Did we actually beat the Turnabout Terror? He is having it like a joke. No, it's literally called the Turnabout Terror. This is the point where Phoenix, if we were playing as Phoenix right now, he'd be like, I have to think from a different angle. Mind Palace. Everything whooshes. Works it out. And defeats the opponent. You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? And do something. Well, I don't think there's any digging out of this hole. Where's his always believe in the client attitude that's so present in when you're playing him, huh? Phoenix has been nerfed all get out, come on. Mr. Addison Wimperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. Scripted loss. That, or he's just purposely throwing because he's like, well, they're my proteges, they did a good job. Done. I've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is the Founder's Orb. He got Lavos. He really did. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Why you contemptuous peasant? I think this is a good time to wrap up this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict. No objections here, Your Honor. No. You can't do this. The crystal is mine. I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. Oh. So he's being blackmailed into it. That makes a lot more sense why he's kind of giving it to us where he can. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. No, he could. You don't know Phoenix. He can bluff his way out of anything once he's done his Sobo Phoenix preparedness. What possible argument could you have to claim that this isn't the Founder's Orb? About that. Oh, of course. Hey, he can't possibly have hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete, and this is why. They claim that this relic as the Founder's Orb is based on a legend, and that legend claims that the Founder will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right, and that's what happened. The Founder was revealed for all to see. But Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Founder returned, she will bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? Well, that's the thing, right? It would have had to be Dr. Buff that got the spiritual power. No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one basing your claim on said legend. And what we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's Orb. He's snoozing. Why? What's gotten into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. But this is literally what he does to every prosecutor. And then goes, we'll investigate further. But that couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for a recess. Both sides will have 20 minutes to prepare. I said all arguments be ready by then. Oh, and Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then, too. Yeah, where's Maya? Oh. Don't tell me Maya's been kidnapped yet again. And that's what Paul Addison's blackmailing Phoenix with. How many damn times does Maya have to be kidnapped? And now she controls her spirit channeling. All she needs to channel is some ultimate ninja dude that can get her out of anywhere she's been kidnapped and put. Mr. Ryder sure is acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there's something we're missing here. Although he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice! Oh, Sarge. I forgot to mention something. On the night of Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh, but why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. And now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case. Of course there is. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. And when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? No, it was pitch black. Plus I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father. No, he would have said something to me. Besides, I'd have known if it was him. So then, it could have been your father's real killer? My thoughts exactly. But you didn't report this to the police? It didn't even occur to me. It's okay, you're obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge's wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. Guess I should take her statement down as evidence. Okay. Oh, welcome back, Athena. What's wrong? What's with the long face? How'd it go with Mr. Wright? What should I... Athena? Oops, sorry, zoned out there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go. Ha! Ah ha ha! What was all that all about? Ring of Maya's kidnapped again, bet. She can't keep herself out of trouble. This trial's so weird. Alright, court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about that last objection you raised. We, the plaintiffs, still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove its case. They claim that, according to legend, the Founder's Orb will bestow spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so. Therefore, it has failed its own test. Oh, I see. Sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, even if it is the Founder's Orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Buff.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor. Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that Dad's Artable did in fact kill Dr. Buff. What? Very well, you may call your witness. I guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Of course it's him. Fellow citizens, it is I, politician, the once and future representative of the people. Jeez, not him again. Hopefully we'll get a good animation again once he shines his placard. My client divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. How very convenient. It was around 11 at night, and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. No wonder people were pissed at him. He goes around 11 at night and causes a cacophony. Mr. Arabelle snuck up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of choice? A suitcase. A big, strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. You saw the murder as it happened, and you're just telling us now because... I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all the political grades. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but my client's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. No, we need to get the suitcase and get it tested. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Buff was struck in the head by the corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? We have physical evidence too. Luminol test revealed... the doctor's blood on Mr. Arabelle's suitcase. Ooh. Okay, so it was the murder weapon. Well, really? But how does that prove Mr. Arabelle used it as a weapon? Yeah, should have fingerprint tested that too, if there are any other fingerprints on it. You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. Ah, I forgot we dusted it right in front of Emma. I know it's covered in his fingerprints. I forgot we dusted it because it's been a while. So that means there weren't other fingerprints in there. Okay, they were careful. Guess they wore gloves or something. A turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Also, some Army's wheelchair would have fingerprints on the handles possibly, or not fingerprints on the handles depending on if the killer was wearing gloves. Given that they were pushing her. Alright, that's his crime.
Hold it!
You're on a so-called mobile meet and greet at 11 at night. And that's right, it's the perfect time because everyone is at home. You should have seen how the villagers' eyes teared up when they heard what I had to say. The tears of frustration, no doubt. You weren't riding around in your palanquin. Palanquin, that's right. Well, that's right. Some village idiot reported me to the police. I've been banned from using it after dark. No wonder, what with all the noise he makes. So, what exactly did you see then?
Hold it!
Sounds like you witnessed something rather shocking. Indeed, I didn't even believe it at first. I mean, a vicious murder in Korean? There haven't been many murders there, I take it. If I'm elected, I promise you that such a terrible tragedy will never happen again. A vote for me is a vote to banish murder forever in our beloved Korean village. Just checking. That's interesting. Just noticing something else. I'll talk about it later. Oh. Yeah, good luck with that. Mr. Official Memphis, please tell the court what you saw at the scene of the crime.
Hold it!
He snuck up from behind. So you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Obel was there? That's right. He was utterly absorbed in a book. I see. What did you see Mr. Obel do next? He climbed up the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. Well, that idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, I believe the witness made an important statement just now about how... That is an idiot! The crime was clearly visible. Right, because it was 11 at night. But the crime was visible through the window. That's earth-shattering testimony. Is it? Because to my ears it sounds like a rather obvious fact. Oh, sorry, I got that. Very well. It's not that one then? Was it reading the book then?
Hold it!
The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder. That's vital testimony. Very well, the witness will please add that statement to his testimony. Okay. Alright, absorbed in a book. You watched a murderer commit his crime and did nothing to stop it? That doesn't sound like a good way to score points with the voting public. I'm a politician, not a superhero. I'm under no obligation to risk life and limb. He sure is quick to deny his obligations when there's nothing in it for him. I'm getting tired of listening to his endless campaigning and flimsy rationalizations. About your testimony, Mr. Rattish and Wimperson. You said Mr. Obel struck the doctor from behind while he was absorbed in a book. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Hold it!
Are you sure? Positive, I saw it with my own two eyes. Yet, despite your certainty, you kept quiet about it until now. No, I was waiting. I knew there would be a perfect chance to talk about it later. Information must always be disclosed in a strategic manner. It is one of the lessons of kingcraft as taught by the Adversary clan. Is there a lesson by chance in the Adversary Kingcraft guidebook on being honest? Anyway, I saw Mr. Arbol commit that heinous crime.
Hold it!
I'd have to agree, that suitcase is really heavy. Wait a second. How did you know it was so heavy? For all you knew, it could have been empty.
Objection!
Yeah. My client witnessed the crime in progress, so naturally he saw Mr. Arbol straining to lift what was obviously a heavy suitcase. I can't say I'm a fan of you trying to discredit my client by tripping him up, Mr. Justice. I'm just doing what you always do, Mr. Wright. Exactly. Dr. Buff was struck from behind while he was absorbed in a book. He must have been really into it. It doesn't add up. What doesn't? Now, Paul Addison is lying. I'm sure of it. Alright. Final cross-examination for this one? Okay, cool. Alright. We'll finish up after this section. He's facing the wrong way.
Objection!
It looks like he fell from a height. That's what I thought. He was up on the ladder and then fell. Especially with the books. Are we not going with that? If he was reading a book though, why wasn't he in his chair? He doesn't have his glasses
Objection!
on. Oh, I was on the wrong statement. Whoops. Wrong statement when it loaded.
Objection!
The doctor was standing in front of the bookshelves, absorbed in a book, you say? I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I'm anything but 100% reliable. It would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems the doctor's eyes had gotten so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. Ah! He crushed his placard! I'm sorry, Mr. Addison Wimpson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what? I'll explain it to you, lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Miss Arbol hit him over the head. But then the doctor would have been facing him. Surely he would have seen him and tried to run. And Dr. Buff was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of... Why did that go automatically? I don't know. Anyway. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? Oh, about that. He bowed his head when he nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have a problem with the proposal the doctor struck while nodding off? See if we can prove anything with it. Always a big problem. There is a problem, a very big problem. The witness's statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. Is that so? Then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor. It shows a problem with the witness's claim that is the doctor nodding off. It's cool we can see it.
Take that!
Okay, that's not it. I'm having trouble thinking now, dang it. How do I prove that one? I'm trying to... And the bookcase ledger in it. Oh yeah, Kazami saw him from the balcony, right? A diagram of the study. Mr. Atisham Wimpleson allegedly viewed the murder from here. Oh yeah, he wouldn't have seen the bloomin' desk. Yeah, and the doctor was allegedly nodding off. Here. Yeah, so he wouldn't have seen it. And from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But,
Objection!
the look of shock on his face, that was great. The fact remains, my client knew that the suitcase was a murder weapon. So definitely has first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Atisham Wimpleson have been seeing the dozing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. And I saw the murder from right here. Okay. I'm thinking I have to go from up here.
Take that!
You've got to be kidding. But that's... It is indeed, but everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study? But that's the scene of the crime. I know, Mr. Atisham Wimpleson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder. I was most certainly in that very room. Oh, Apollo, are you suggesting? Mr. Atisham Wimpleson. What, you the one who actually swung that suitcase? Ah! What you're proposing is ludicrous. Welcome to the club, Phoenix. My client is a small, thin man, whereas Miss Arabelle has the musculature to pull it off. He has a point. I gave up trying to lift that thing after one go. That's right, he's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now do you understand? The rebel Dat Arabelle is the doctor's killer. As long as the suitcase is a murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on Dats. You'll have to poke a hole in Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. Oh, I will, and with his own technique, no less. If Mr. Atisham Wimpleson couldn't swing the suitcase through, we'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon instead. I'm going to turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice, but do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Letitia Wimpson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now, he claims the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer? And how was the murder weapon really used? So the important thing here is the position of the victim and killer relative to each other? Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use a suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean. I would ask the court to recall... Oh no! I hope you can just get it fixed ASAP. Oh yeah, it's a weekend. Nobody works on a Sunday there either. Thought someone would for emergency stuff like that. Damn. I'd ask the court to recall the study's layout. Damn. You might... Are there any hardware shops open? You could just try and get some silicon or something to plug it. Cork it or silicon it. On a Sunday? I'm not sure how it works over there. Usually there are here now, or at least some of the bigger shops open that you can get something for emergency things like that. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if Dr. Buff was sitting in a certain spot and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would become a weapon anyone could use. Yeah, they do have to fix it, but so that you're not having to deal with the water coming in ridiculously. They could even, theoretically, they could also cover the costs of you getting something to plug it up temporarily. Yeah, silicon's waterproof. It'll be temporary. It wouldn't be hard for them to get rid of if they're doing a proper job, like resealing it or whatever. So, silicon and a silicon gun, essentially you can point it in the hole and squeeze it and fill it up. I think that's a good option for a temporary fix. Silicon makes things watertight fairly well. I used it for putting together the canopy on the back of my old car. Oh yeah, that makes it tricky. Yeah, I don't know. I at least want to stop water getting into your room at least. No, they probably wouldn't. Yeah. They need to do something to stop all the water getting in your room, though. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Buff's killer at the time of the crime? I'm gonna do a save here. Yeah, I guess that if you fall off, then they would be held liable because they let you on the roof. I can see why they don't let you. But something has to be done then. Do they have an emergency line you can call? For emergency situations like that? Or is it only on weekdays, I guess, and not this time of night on Saturday? I've lost my train of thought with this, even though I read it out. The study's layout will be quite distinctive, as you can see. Now, if it was sitting in a certain spot and his killer at the other spot. And I'm thinking that he could make Dr. Buff fall onto the suitcase.
Take that!
There. Use the force of gravity. Yep. Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. But this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. 3D? Oh, we get peak graphics again. Yes. The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. Alright, he had the suitcase up there. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Letitia Wimperson, who used the suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor and sent her hurtling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. Yeah, the psychology book that had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he'd finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought to hide it in that mountain of books.
Objection!
That's quite an entertaining theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Wright. I'd say that evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar... And there's coffee on the book. Is that what we're meaning? Exists. Let's go. The evidence does exist. And I'm going to show you. You are? Oh yeah. That's right. Here is the proof the murder took place at the coffee bar. Yep. The coffee on the book.
Take that!
The brown stain was determined to be coffee. This brown stain was determined to be coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. Ah. One look at this book speaks volumes, and I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. Oh. Did he say I'm afraid? Yeah, it speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. Well, that's when the suitcase came hurtling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to splatter onto it. Ah. Ah! Well, Mr. Letitia Wimperson? Well, what motive could I have possibly had to kill Dr. Buff? There it is, that final excuse corner killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Hey, Pipe, how you doing? It's nice to see you again. Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Yeah. Telling him that the Divine Dragons were a dangerous bunch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. Your lie came back to bite you in the end. Yeah, it's Pope, come on. The Piper. Even worse, the doctor saw the news reports, so he knew the relic was the Founder's Orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. Ah! You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you, that you killed him with your own hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Letitia Wimperson? Ah! That look of shock when he squashes the placard. That is... We'll even know that ain't not the truth, yeah. Apollo, please don't accuse my client of murder. Huh? What are you doing, Phoenix? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why would you even say that, Mr. Wright? What the hell is he doing? What I mean is, he's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. I don't know. I think he's gone a bit in the head here. This is terrible. It's in our nation's best interest to avoid burdening him with the taint of scandal. Say what? He's taped it more! Right, you'd better do something to change the current courtroom climate. Or I'll be charged with murder. Isn't that where the evidence is pointing to, though? Why? They animated more tape, yes! Yeah, not the same tape animation, they actually... The attention to detail there's awesome. And you know what will happen to her if that happens? I know, Maya's kidnapped again. I called it earlier. My goodness. What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later, for now. Yeah, I said the same thing, Pope. Silicon's pretty good. So mask off now, yeah. Silicon will be temporary if you can't get to the roof to be able to do it properly. And a bit hold enough for someone to come and fix it. Yeah, it's the same caulking gun, but it's a particular... Hang on. Side tangent then for a minute. Yes. Use caulking guns and you load it with the silicon. So it's a caulking gun that you use with it. They're called caulking guns. And then you get translucent roof and gutter sealant. Yeah, this type of one will work. You load that into the caulking gun, it's silicon, and you'd be able to seal the area so water doesn't get in. Because you can load the caulking gun with a few different things. But you make sure you get one that's waterproof and weather resistant and whatnot for sealing it properly for the water. Yeah, you'll be able to get it and at least seal it from the inside so it doesn't muck up your room more. Oh, I guess if you go into a hardware shop to get a caulking gun and silicon, you can get a ladder that's tall enough to reach the roof. You'll just have to figure that out a bit. And at least you have a ladder for any other times you might have to get up to the roof. Mr. Roy, you can't possibly believe that Miss Arabelle is the killer. Are you really going to send an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Well, Mr. Wright, answer me. Oh! Do it from the roof side above. Well, you can do it from inside and it will stop the water from getting inside your place at least. For what you're able to be able to get to legally. Because they don't let you on the roof. Oh, there you go, you actually working on it. I've just done a bit with Dad and learned from him. Mr. Wright? What in the world's going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Attition Wimperson, the defense hereby accuses you of... Apollo, wait! Oh, that's a shame. No, you too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but during that last recess when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. I trust Maya's unharmed. I knew I was freaking Maya kidnapped. Oh, that was so damn predictable too. That hurts. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, yeah, I'm not that keen on the reasoning behind this. It's not just a meme anymore. This whole game, she was already accused of murder once. Now she's kidnapped again. I can't really say, but just you remember. If I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences. Consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Phoenix already knows that he can get Trucy to go save Maya or something. She's got magic tricks. She knows how to get in places, she knows how to pick locks, all that good stuff. Get Trucy to save Maya on the side. He's done that before with people. Yeah, record this. Or if Phoenix wants to make sure Maya's safe first, he literally has a magician daughter that could get her out of the situation. Yeah, and where's Gumshoe at, huh? And Maya can just channel the spirit of, like I said earlier, Maya just channel the spirit of some ninja or something to be able to bloomin'. And she knows how to vanish. She could at least serve as a distraction while someone else goes in. Like, she could do something. We don't even know how he's holding her. There could be like Master Mask returns because Master Mask kidnapped her last time. Trucy at least knows how to disappear and wouldn't let herself be captured. Gumshoe, anyone, Ema could go and save her. Like, come on. Relax, all you have to do is ensure I get my hands on that relic. I must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. The bailiffs are right there behind them listening to this conversation, by the way. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secret. Oh, Maya? As in Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant, known for getting kidnapped and being accused of murder multiple times. Miss Fey's being held hostage? So it seems. Why didn't you tell me that as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away and made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things more difficult if you found out. As if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. I had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's got to be something you can do. Look, Phoenix needs his backup squad. Like, he knows people around that could save her. All they need to do is draw out the court case until someone else that he's already sorted out to go and save her gets her out of the situation. Even if he got Edgeworth to help. Mr. Justice, about the last statement. Yes, I believe you're in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Buff. Would you care to continue? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really, really sorry. I know. They really should. Even if Phoenix wants to not risk notifying whoever's holding Maya so that they kill her, whatever. He has friends that can deal with that. You got Gumshoe, you got Ema, who left after doing her witness pit pretty quickly, so I have a feeling it's going to be her that saves Maya. He's the main character of like the first 3 games, Pope, by the way. And then he was the one that orchestrated the takedown of one, like, over 7 years of one of the major antagonists in Apollo Justice. The major antagonist. It is a shame I don't have the recordings of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy when I played it. I've got the ending, but I don't have most of the other parts. What's gotten into you two? It takes a long time with the voices and that. It's great fun, but I don't know if I get as much out of it the second time. I've still got to play the other games that I haven't played yet in the series. If I choose that slime bag, I'll put Miss Faye's life in jeopardy. Seems you finally caught on. It's far too important to be accused of murder. After all, I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Either I give up or... He's polishing. Oh, it didn't peel off because of all the tape. It is. This is... Oh, I don't know. I haven't... So this is the Apollo Justice Trilogy, which is the 3rd, 5th... the 4th, 5th and 6th games. And the last one is like the 31st part of that is on YouTube. And these are all, like, not cutting much out of it for stream. He hasn't even been elected or anything yet, he's just a scumbag. He's probably paying some mercenary group to kidnap Maya. Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. Then one day I'll become president, and then king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now, retract your accusations. I can't kowtow to him, but... Democracy. He'll bring in all of the Indian immigrants to vote for him. Oh, I didn't read that out. I was thinking it would stop. The defense would... I would like to retract the previous accusation. There we go. Apollo. To Dirk. I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look the way you do right now. With defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
They voiced the line. I find it weird how some lines are fully voiced and not... It's just random. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dirk. A dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Wright's hands are tired, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call. Heh, now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find the way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served. The scumbag is holding Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. And it seems the patron believes in the orb's legend. Thing is, the founder did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. I got the Mind Palace going on now. Yeah, pretty much. It's anime courtroom shenanigans. Oh no, not yet. We haven't solved the riddle. I've not solved the riddle yet. The legend says the founder will bestow great spiritual power when she returns. But if that's true, that means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. How can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe. Maybe the part about the founder returning should be taken literally. But how would it be possible for a dead person to return to the world of the living? Time travel! Oh, I have to pick some of the other options here. Hang on. Oh, I know. Time travel! We can go back to the past and bring the founder here to the present. Wait, what am I saying? Maybe I should cut back on the sci-fi movies. I better think of something else. Cloning! Oh, I know, cloning technology. I bet some of the founder's DNA is hidden somewhere in the orb. Ah, what am I talking about? They didn't know about DNA cloning back then. Better think of something else. Wait. He actually thinks cloning's possible. For real. Oh yeah. It's got that kind of hype to it, especially when they're literally pointing objection and that at people to be... And with the character breakdowns and that, it's good fun. There is an anime of it, but I think the anime covers the events of the first games, but it does cut a lot out for time, for reference. Oh, I know, there is a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you'd have to know what the founder looks like first. Maya. The orb has revealed her face to us, so what if it's a sign that we should channel her?
This big brain.
Given the facts, in order to solve the riddle and receive the founder's power, I need to practice channeling! Do it! Do it! All I have to do is train as a spirit medium so I can channel spirits myself! Wait, it can't be that easy. If I ever did become a medium, I wouldn't need the founder's power anymore anyway. There we go. The ability of a medium to channel spirits is the final key to unlocking the orb's secrets. That means Mr. Attisham Wimperson's patron will need one too. And once that slimy politician realises that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright, because Mr. Paul Attisham Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Adderton Wimperson, it seems you've chosen the wrong person to take hostage. Well, what do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve the orb's riddle, and thereby receive great spiritual power. However, only Maya Faye can truly give them what they really want. She can. How has Phoenix not figured this out? If we can figure it out, how is Phoenix... Anyway. What do you mean, only Maya Fey? Think about what the return of the founder really means. We should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the kingdom of Kurain, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. But in Kurainism, depicting the face of the founder is taboo. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium, the founder can quite literally return. Alright, get Pearly. Bring her in. And if the legend is true, the founder just might bestow spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued my Magatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such power in a similar manner. It is said the founder possesses immense spiritual power. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Well, he goes along a lot of the lines of logic and reason because lawyers are not really believing it on face value and stuff. That's a common theme. But he has known long enough about spirit channeling being real and a lot of that. It's just seeing what the application of knowledge that you do have and how that applies to the legend. So in this case, we have the legend in poetry here. But you still need to figure out how what you know applies to this. It gives the clues but not an outright answer. Such a great feat will not necessarily be beyond her. Well, wait a second. Then the legend is true? Do you understand now, Mr. Attition Wimperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything were to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. That riddle was also in song form over in the Kingdom of Kurain, which we have been to earlier in this game. And everyone hears it, but people haven't figured it out because they don't have all the knowledge, and they could, ones that do possibly have it, haven't figured out how to apply it and all that. Especially because this is the first time that we know of that this orb has actually been uncovered in this case. Now then, there's always Pearl Faye. I could simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain, and she certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Kurain to channel the founder for you. He could, but he'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now, confess, you killed Dr. Buff, didn't you? I wasn't supposed to end this way! Mr. Attition Wimperson, are you admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, right to do something! It's true that I'm your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. And that is finding the truth. What? Mr. Attition Wimperson, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage-taking, but in a way I was being held hostage too. Even so, there's still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Right. I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. Attition Wimperson, I must resign as your attorney. Why couldn't he just get someone to help save Maya? Ema should turn up any minute with Maya in tow and be like, see, she's fine. Because he should be able to plot in the background to help. No, 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 no! I mean, he has every right to resign, though, as his attorney. This is a fictional world where the lawyers are different. Yeah, does this mean I'm under arrest? And also, we already know from previous games that Phoenix and his way of thinking is more unique amongst lawyers. Yeah. No. No! Yeah, he just did, basically. There's another tape animation! Yeah, they just refused to do it, yep. And that's what happened with, in the first game, I think it was when Marvin Grossberg refused to defend in the Mia Fey case, right? One of them. Yeah, but this, see, Pope, in this world, court cases have to be finished in 3 days or the defendant is declared guilty regardless of what's happened as well. So it's a very different type of fictional clown court. Yeah, it was. A bit the same difference to me, because I don't know that much about either of them, other than what you sort of know from being around. Yeah, Bin Laden was just straight up shot. But if you said it was Saddam Hussein that was straight up shot, I'd probably still believe you, because I'm not that good with the history, even if it's modern history. That's a dream, I know. Well, it's a dream, but then also it's not good because then prosecutors be evil throughout most of the game. Well, I have nothing to confess. What? I said I've nothing to confess. I don't and I won't. Especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Yeah. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wipe them off, taking care to only leave Mr. Arabelle's. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from above? Evidence that points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. If the killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor all the way over the coffee bar, that would place him right around here. Ah, maybe, just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence to be connected to the dropping of the suitcase. After all that dialogue, I'm gonna save it.
Take that!
That's it, that appears to be a statement. But how is that related to this case? On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Buff physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out. Right above the coffee bar. But with her there in her wheelchair, the killer wouldn't have been able to drop the suitcase down onto the doctor. Good point. However, according to Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. Someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I beat a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Atterson Wimperson? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. Literally. If only he'd been able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. It'll be episode 400! And this is the last game that's been released in the series, like, chronologically wise. I forget if the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles came out after this. I think it did. And yeah, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But the this game and the previous one, Dual Destinies in this trilogy, were written by different people than the original ones, Apollo Justice and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't know who wrote Investigations, I haven't looked that up. There's Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and Investigations of the spin-off games, for reference. Investigations covers a 7-year gap between the third game and the fourth game. And the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is way back with an ancestor of Phoenix. And yet it looks like sometimes things do get better. Yeah, but this wasn't supposed to happen. No, well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you right here at this very trial. Yeah. Your Honor, the defense's final piece of evidence is on this person.
Take that!
Stuart. But that's... On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out, only to come to and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. She didn't physically see a single soul after that. Not until Athena drew her out through that therapy session, that is. Oh yeah, her name is Army Buff, by the way. Probably. It's a really funky time to get into the story because it is so story heavy. That's fine. Well, the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase off. The same can't be said for the prints that got away. There was a good timeline I saw that was on Reddit. Yeah, this one. Just to show you for a visual for reference. There is a good timeline when I switch over here. And I should make myself a bit smaller sometimes. That's alright. So, this is a chronological order of the games. For reference. So, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles of these two games that have been put together as that. These are the 3 original games. Then you've got the spin-off Ace Attorney Investigations 1 and 2. They follow Edgeworth, so that'll be interesting to play. Then you have Ace Attorney... Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. And then Dual Destinies. And then Spirit of Justice, which Spirit of Justice is the game that we are playing right now. We're on the last case before the DLC case, but this can't be the last case. I'm a bit confused on that, a bit, but I think they lumped it all into one case with the Founder's Orb stuff and whatever. So that's a basic overview of it. This is a good visual of the timeline. Late 19th century and then present day as such. it's good to have a visual with it. So I would recommend, if you're interested, people have said the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles are good to start with because they're separate story. But otherwise, I'd say have a look at the original trilogy, which unfortunately I don't have the recordings for me playing them because it was years ago now. Because after this, I'm going to take a break from Ace Attorney again, I think. Play something else in between because they're long when I'm doing all the voices and everything. Alright. The same can't be said for the prince that got away. My fellow Koreans. Well, Mr. Paul Atterson Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. And dust the wheelchair. Paul Atterson, savior of Korea, I am not a crook. My political career can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong and this isn't real. It's a dream. Oh. Huh? What? Wait, really? Ah! Ah! Oh, no way! Banzai! 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 What the heck? Paul Atterson arrested on murder charges and stripped of his electoral win. No, please. No, please, Grandpa. This guy would be... His placard fell apart. Okay. This guy would be a villain for this case, but not one of the big villains, I'd say. Not one that seems to persist and be more important to the overall story. One sort of along the way for this case. But Mr. Atterson Wimperson, are you alright? The bailiff, get into the first aid station on the double. The setup of this is slightly weird because it all calls itself one case, I think. So we'll see how this goes. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In the light of everything that's been revealed, it seems a relic is indeed the Founder's Orb. And it seems Mr. Paul Atterson Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Buff's murder. Apollo, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. Phoenix is so nerfed in this, that was painful. Like, he knows that he would have been able to have a plan to save Maya up and going with that. I don't know what I would have done without you. I don't know, maybe called one of your friends, said that this dude is keeping my friend hostage. You round up the police, save her. Idiot. Don't mention it. You are amazing today, Apollo. Well, I couldn't have done it without Dirk. Yeah. Reuse that voice line.
Never yields.
We heard this. Even when the dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. Yeah, we heard this. They use flashbacks a little bit too much, it feels like, too. He could have just said if it wasn't for Dirk and I would have got the context. I mean, I guess it creates a moment, but... A dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. See, if they just went straight from... If it hadn't been without Dirk and then he hears the dragon never yields, you play through this, you get it. Unless you pick this up like a year after you did the last bit and saved it in between, but that's a bit weird. As it seems both sides have no further objections, would Dirk Sudmody please take the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons as per the stated transfer agreement. Oh yeah, we don't have guilty or not guilty this time because it's not a murder case as such, but it turned into one. Should the Kingdom of Kurain claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. I just hope, or shall I say, pray, that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Ha 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 ha! Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things astir in the air. The revolution. Dirk's really serious about this. This court is adjourned. I wonder if the orb was used only within the royal family to make sure that the spiritual power stayed in the bloodline, and they've been abusing that for generations. That'd be a neat way of doing that. Nice work, son. We've finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution? It just doesn't seem real. Yes, well, I think you actually defeated the Fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy. Ha 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 ha. I mean, we didn't really beat him properly. He was nerfed, and he was stuck in a situation where he didn't really want to do it. That just felt weird. Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I'd have won if he'd been able to fight me head on. I see, more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? He didn't have to bend the truth anymore, and it was all thanks to you. He never did. All he needed to do was keep the court case going long enough for Emma to save Maya after she went over the first witness statement and then nicked off. Yeah, they did Phoenix dirty here. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Mr. Turk? Now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, are you gonna have a spirit meeting try channeling her? I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it. Being able to speak to someone right out of the history books. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. What? Why? A face isn't enough. You also need the true name of the one you're attempting to channel. Oh, right. Pell mentioned something like that. And the founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Kurain, Garan. Oh, so without her help, we won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. That's no fun. It's updating the court record. So, Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Buff's hands. Since we know it was politician that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near the orb, let alone steal it. He must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family. Oh, right, you said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their dirty scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information courtesy of his dirty client. He might be able to shed some light on this. Private Justice! Oh, Private Justice! That was fine work you did on the trial today! You did your sergeant proud! Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that. Well, it's all thanks to you and Callum and Sykes. With my siege defense over, I can finally sally forth. But the battle's only just begun. One for me and me alone to fight. To lose your mother and then your father, what a terrible thing to endure. Yeah, and being wheelchair bound doesn't help. Private Justice! I've been thinking. It's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to coddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my drone for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? She's gonna walk, isn't she? Yeah! Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, I'm pretty sure her muscles would have atrophied and she wouldn't be able to walk properly. But that's okay. Her legs are cyborg, that'll explain it. She's standing? What's this, Sarge? You mean your legs there? The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it. Makes sense, but... I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa is watching over me now, and I'd hate to disappoint him. Hey, because you were still in the wheelchair. She caught the bad guy. Special parking privileges. Oh boy. So from this day forth, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet. What a brave kid trying to move forward like this. But it must be so hard this soon after her father's death. Don't you ever stop, you just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to muster the strength to push through them. Adopted, yeah. I mean, Phoenix should just do that. He has an adoption agency. Yeah, you can do it. Hey, Daddy's back! Hey, Phoenix, we got a new girl for you. Mr. Wright, what's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo! Is everything alright with Miss Faye? She's safe, for now. Why? I don't know why she isn't here by now. He should have had a rescue operation going in the background, at least. Man, they did it dirty. Even if they did all that and then the rescue operation ended up turning up. Now, that would make sense. Oh, Athena's an adult, so that's fine. She technically, guess, has, but not formally. He adopted Trucy because she was young. But she's 19, so... Yeah. She was 18 in Dual Destinies, 19 here. You gotta pay your own bills, yep. Well then, we gotta go save her, quick! Where is she anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Maya's dead. Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Kurain. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. Now it ties into the overarching plot, hey? The mastermind? That's right. Politician Wimperson was nothing more than a pawn. Maya's true abductor is in the kingdom of Kurain. Well, what? I don't understand, Mr. Wright. What in the world's going on over there? I mean, they know she's a spirit. She can channel spirits, so now they kidnapped her for the blooming orb stuff. Yeah, that's soundbite from the original game. By the way. But as shocking as that news was, it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big, big enough to shake Kurain to its very core. Revolution. I was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the days ahead had in store for us. So we're gonna have the whole gang over in Kurain, to be continued, yeah. They're calling this all one case where this could have been a separate case. But that's okay. Let's see the teaser for the next part. They should... They're not gonna... Okay, they're gonna continue straight from there. That's alright. We'll continue that next time. Yeah, they kept getting copyright claims, so I whistled it. By the way. So yeah, that's all episode 5. And then we've got the DLC episode in the original game, which is a special episode here. Because this is a remaster version on PC. But it's also available on other platforms.
Oh no! No, 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 no.
So I guess it's like a two-parter. We've sort of had a case, which usually do one case per episode. Like episode 4 was so short. That one could have been episode 4 instead. Or they split it up. But so far this game's been weird with the... You do an episode in Korean, you do one back in Japanifornia, you do it in Korean and then back in Japanifornia. Sort of thing. And now sort of Japanifornia going to Korean next. Because I guess the whole game's gonna go over and do it.